That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Pop that there, man. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Pop that there, man. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, those people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? Excuse me. Excuse me. That's assault. Excuse me. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that here. Man, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair, man. Stop that chair, man. Stop that chair, man. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. That's break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up, man. Break that up. Oh, I will, man. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair, man. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Break that up. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up. Break that up. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will be. Excuse me. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Excuse me. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. That's break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be.
All right. They are starting trial, so we are cutting the song off early. And of course, I'm going to try to keep my sassy, rude comments to when they are not talking or when they are at sidebar. We are watching it this morning on Law and Crime because I did discover, in my opinion, that the feed is just better. It's simply better than NBC Boston, which is trash. And while the nodes in the internet are fixed, I am still waiting on a second replacement board. So I apologize if there's any cracking in that. That's probably good. That's probably for the best, because I will more than likely not be using this as much as we focus on the elusive Jenn McCabe. What is she going to say today? How many stories will she have? She's coming back, right? That's why we're here. If she's not back, then I'm fucking out of this shit. I'm here for Jen, dude. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're here for Jen, okay? That's what we're here for. Let me go ahead and present this just in case something cool happens. We don't want to miss it. I don't know if you've noticed, we got Jamarcus in the corner today. Okay. Oh, come on board. Come on board. Let me see if I can get this. Okay. Well, I'm just going to have to smash it. Yeah, she better freak out. She better freak out. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hop around. Do your thing. Do your thing. So far, we've got no sound from the courtroom. That's why you can't hear it. Good morning. I'm going to smash my board against my head real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. There we go. You just have to hit the thing a few times, it seems. Excellent. That's much better. Ah, yes. Okay. So what you're witnessing is a lot of people looking and lurking. All right. Let's go ahead and highlight everybody. I have no idea how long they're going to be silent, so I don't want to get into any morning announcements yet. But Dad did see a movie last night called Suicide Squad. It had John Cena's in it. It was very good. And I like the big shark. And that's all I'll say about that. There is a cool scene where Harley Quinn, that lady, she kills a guy and says, I look out for red flags. And I've always told myself that if I see a red flag, I have to do the right thing as a woman and murder you. And I thought that was very funny. So forgive me, world. But I think I like Suicide Squads. Okay, sympathy stripes for all today. Yes, everybody, wear your nautical themed gear. It's time for the Nanatonquag or whatever the fuck these places are called. Fucking Cape Crab or whatever. Trial of the century. Let's see. Second trial. It's how many of these are they gonna do? Like if I'm trying not to be loud because my handsome little Mookie's is sleeping. He's snorking in the other room, and if he hears the slightest peep, it is the other room, but I swear you can hear it through the walls here. If he hears the slightest peep that mom is up and lurking and doing her squirms, he's going to come in here and he's going to fart and he's going to demand walkies. And I need to see Jenn McCabe get walkies like a doggy by Mr. Jackson or whoever. It is kind of fascinating, though, that it really doesn't matter which lawyer is up. You know, it doesn't matter if it's the prosecution or if it's the defense. McCabe's gonna McCabe, and she's gonna talk her shit. She's gonna fucking dig that hole. Oh, she keeps digging it. She's digging it. And she just like, if they're not gonna push her in, she's just gonna go in. She's going in the hole. You know, you can't get her out. You can't get this bitch out of the hole. Sometimes, you know, I really think if she would have, hold on, let me see. There we go. I like that fat little kitty picture. What did you make for dinner the other day? A shrimp. I made shrimp. What do you think she's going to wear today? Crown of thorns. Oh, like a Seth Rollins thing? Interesting. I'm going to guess. Okay, so she's worn blues the last two, right? One was, it depends on if you're colorblind or not. Could have been a green. So there was like a deep blue. No, it was a periwinkle blue. That's right. She had a blue. She had like a greenish looking one that was more blue. She had stripes. So, right? I'm going to guess today we're going to see Jenn McCabe in all black, her funeral day. Or she's going to wear power red and stun us all.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Jawas. right, here we go.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Darlene has pulled cards, so the Commonwealth is fucked. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you for doing your part. Immediately, Bev needs to see everyone up there for an ass chewing. Everyone's wearing white in the front row. When is Labor Day? It doesn't matter. I don't know the rules. Crown of Thorns like the martyr. I can see her perhaps making a huge faux pas of wearing black and bringing everyone's mood down and just embracing the villainess that she is. I can see her going full Disney villain all black. I also don't give a fuck at all what she wears. She's going to run her mouth. You know what I mean? She's going to run her mouth. If she wears red, then I'll be fucked. Then I'm like, uh-oh. What?
Margaret, did you see this?
What, Jen? What?
And then I'll take it back whenever.
That would trip me out. No, she seems like a nice lady. She's just suppressing justice. Leave her alone while she suppresses justice. Yeah, the old girlfriend. Whew. You will not let go. She still has a Zango where she talks shit, I bet.
Tori.
What if she goes floral? Are you guys even fucking ready for a floral Jenn McCabe? Like, where are we at with that? That would be a choice. What if she says fuck a bra, right? What if she says fuck a bra and she's just full nipping? Can nipples save Jenn McCabe? I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? If Jen came out, nipples just fucking rock hard, like her heart. What do you do? All right, they're bringing in the Jarras. Gotta look at the fan. Look how clean it is. They cleaned it. I don't know if you guys noticed. Very clean fan. Karen looks nice. AJ is ready. Oh. They're trying to blend. No. Oh, no. Oh, no, fan.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Did he say country
For
of
the record,
Norfolk?
before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117.
Right, I'm gonna mute
The
myself
parties
now.
are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no, it should have. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Present the McCabe to us. Bring her in. Put an apple in her mouth and present her to me. Bev is very puffy. She's like Missy Elliott right now. Jen McCabe.
All right, please. Whatever you want.
Bev said, whatever you want. Ooh, shit.
Solemnly swear
Anything?
that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Pressure recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Pressure recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Funny because last time they said, would it refresh your recollection? It was a 30-minute argument on whether it would. And today it's just, sure. Today is whatever. Today's whatever, Jen. It's whatever, Jen day. I took a Xanbar. Sure. Okay.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what transcript indicates you said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
You're That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside at 12, outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
She even uses it to justify something else.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
What the fuck? In the grand jury testimony, she uses that timestamp to justify another event.
You've been
What the
asked
fuck?
about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
It's almost as if someone told her to stop being combative because it looks bad in front of the jury. Very demure Jen today. She even giggled. She tried to flirt immediately out of the gate. That was insane. Wow. How much you want to bet Matt McCabe flirts with AJ? I think Matt's going to flirt the hardest. I think he's going to just, he's going to giggle like a little bitch. It's going to be so cute.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object, but I can be heard.
All right, come on up.
Okay, kids, enough with the moon shit. I see you trying to slip it in here under Darlene's fucking radar. All right. Darlene can read cards, but that's where we limit it. All right. We're not there. Come on, Julie. You're my science kid. Really? You guys, we'll allow Darlene to read the cards, but the rest of you, that is enough. Don't try to slip moon shit in this shit. Okay. I'm already pretty pissed off at the moon. I think it's given me an early period, and I'm getting real mad about it. It's not science. How dare you? Moon doesn't exist. Do you understand? This is if you take nothing away from this trial, it's that Marcus is worm, Moon is bad. Okay? I will diss the fan. They diss the fan. I'll diss the fan. Fuck the fan. Hello. Oh, hello, Light. Oh, hi, Light. Nice to see you, Dome Light. Norfolk got a dome light. I don't have periods. I'm dead inside. That's because you are a ginger. It's Sherlock's fault. Where's Sherlock? She's grounded. She's grounded. It's because she's not here regulating you kids. Yep. Also ginger, I bet. Grounded for being gingers. I hate when they use the light. Maybe it's a signal. Okay. That's an okay. Now you're talking like my grandpa, who's a bit weird. Does the moon not exist or is it bad? Melissa, glad you're here. Glad you're here. It's both. Okay? It doesn't exist because it's bad. It is a boob light. I was limiting myself. I'm trying to be good dad today, but I want to say it does look like a C cup titty. You're right. You're right. It's a tit light. The tit lights are out. Jenn McCabe's in blue. This trial's giving me headaches. Darling read the cards. It's all the same. We are watching Jenn McCabe. Doodly doo. Do. The moon is just a giant lamp. Do. No, it doesn't exist. And now Melissa is grounded. Guitar solo. Isn't Bon Jovi from there? Why do they call Bruce Springsteen the boss? Who's he the boss of? You know? What is he? Does he run a fucking store? That place is like a giant Bed Bath & Beyond. Is it New Jersey or is it Nude Jersey? You decide. Well, he's trapped and we can't get him out, so leave him there. Don't look at him. Is that where it is? It doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beattie, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking about?
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple
Is she
police officers.
sassy, Beth?
So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to
This is
however
now.
I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Coach?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page now?
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
She just sassed
Thank you.
Bev. She responded to the
I didn't
jury.
get an answer to that question, Mr. King. Would it refresh, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
And now she's being weird about refreshing her recollection again. Earlier, it was sure. And now it's, I mean, I'll look at it. She is starting to get combative, but she's also doing the doe-eyed puppy thing, and she's speaking very slow. She slowed down Jenn McCabe today. She took our notes. She said, oh, you like that shit? You like it when they go slow? Watch this. Uh-oh. Yeah, Grand Jerry is Gay Jeff's Irish lover. I agree. What is Grand Jerry like? Does he live in a tent in the woods?
Okay.
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Karen and
Did I
Yanni are
refresh your recollection
gossiping.
about
Oh,
what you told the grand jurors in terms of
well, pollen.
whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
So in both of those statements to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done?
What's in her fucking cheek? Look to the
Yes, I
right.
am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
Look at her. Her left, our right. What is in her cheek?
When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not
Girl is showing
hours
off
or
those
days
nails.
later.
She
You
is
testified at a
showing
grand
off those
jury
nails.
months later, correct?
Correct.
Oh
And
my
at that
God.
grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious. And I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 period.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained, and I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
I'd like to be seen on it.
Okay, we can decide that, please.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time it's going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, Janta Manjara, Mangalangalingilongo, Tiki Tiki Tracatú. A la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar, los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán. Taca, 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 taca,
may I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she may have broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like,
Mhm.
and you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
She said she saw crack in it and she smoked it. And that's why we're here. I'm manifesting so hard.
Notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
Okay, this is where I manifested crying. It's been manifested. Let's see how long it
I
takes
have
for
two
my
page
powers to
documents
work.
that I'd like to have marked.
I will, Claudia. I will do that. TJ, you will be receiving
Thank you.
Claudia's information. All of it.
It's okay. Thank you.
Put me in your secret group chats with the McCabe family, please. I'd like to send them some
Thank you.
pictures.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that two-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a looks like a group chat with me and my sister Nicole. Oh no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes, it's mine.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that to include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
Oh, don't worry, hon. Don't worry. Taking a shit is pretty much what's happening anyway. So you're not actually missing anything. Technically, by taking that shit, you will be manifesting yourself. You will be manifesting. Hello, LA. I saw OB and Bella. Yes, Bella's mom is here. Wish you had diapers. Why are you trying to get a husband in Arizona. You trying to go to space with Katie and Gail? There's, by the way, while we're at Sidebar, we'll do some morning announcements. Drama between Katy Perry, Gail, and the rest of the universe after she does weird shit at a concert while dressed like a space robot and looks fucking wild. Just looks weird. Looks like she's been touched by space. Looks like exactly what a person would look like when they've been to space with Gail. Okay? So that happened. Simultaneously, I would eventually like to show you guys the body camera footage from Weezer's wife, Jillian, and what happened there. And it was exactly what we surmised at the end of our broadcast on it. At the beginning, we thought she was in the car. By the end, we thought, well, it could be this unfortunate set of circumstances. I believe I said, worst case scenario, this was all a huge misunderstanding. And I walked you through it and said, but that would be tragic. It would be a tragedy. And guess what? It is. It is that. It is that. Turns out Jillian, those guys did run through her yard. The ones who did it. She heard. She ran outside. I believe she's been recovering from a cancer. I don't know what kind. I believe she has been recovered, but has been, doing self-help, stuff like that. Staying at home, getting her strength back, doing her squirms, her lurks. And this group of people who escaped the law and caused a horrible accident were running from the cops. Caused a whole thing with a helicopter above and all this stuff. Anyway, these people ran through her backyard. So she went out back with her gun looking for them. Now the cops announced their presence from the other side of a fence that none of them were tall enough to see over, yet they held their weapons above their heads over the fence, pointed at her. Some of them let her know that they're officers, but they did it a good minute after pointing the guns at her. From various parts of the fence in her yard, she saw 3. She thought those were the people because she couldn't hear them. So she thinks that they're the bad guys. So she pulls up her gun and they said, put your weapon down, put your weapon down. And she said, you put your fucking weapon down. And they shot her in the shoulder. And for all the shots raining down that I heard, it's remarkable they struck her once. Then she went inside for an entire hour before she had the babysitter call 911. And she never mentioned police, and neither did the babysitter. They said there were people running through her yard, and she went out there with her weapon. She said she drew her gun. She racked it and drew it because she saw 3 people. She saw their arms. She couldn't tell who they were from far away on the other side of the fence. And they yelled at her to drop her gun after a while. And she said, you drop yours. And then boom, that happened. And that's what she says to the 911 operator, who is very confused. And they tell her, well, they're looking for the suspect. She's like, they ran through my fucking yard. What yard? She tells them, they're like, oh, is that the lady who got shot? So it ended up with her coming outside to what she thought was going to be, I think, meet the ambulance, to which all the police greeted her and said, get the fuck on the ground. Well, you would think she has a lawsuit, except that after she went to the hospital, she was charged with attempted murder of a police officer, of multiple police officers. So then she went to prison, I believe, or jail, and then bonded out. So worst case scenario is she's that this was a tragedy, So it's pretty crazy that, so they did, but it was after they already had weapons pointed at her and after the guy who escaped the car jumped the fence and ran through her yard. So nobody really gave direction to the people other than stay in their houses, and they didn't tell her that. They hadn't gotten there yet. So when they did get there, at first, when you see the video, you're like, oh, surely these cops had to have shown more of their bodies, or, You know what I mean? But they didn't want to because they were hiding behind the neighbor's fence. So they didn't want to expose themselves to the woman holding the weapon. But at the same time, they needed to let her know who they were. It was just a fucked up situation. They were good enough distance away. And it is a fucked up scenario. But to charge her with attempted murder of a police officer, nonetheless, and she ended up being shot. It is a worst nightmare situation. Imagine that you think it's a home invasion and it's a SWAT team who has the wrong house. I mean, it's terrifying. So that is why I have not read what you guys are talking about with this vaccine. And are you talking about tuberculosis? Oh, fuck. Is it all back? God damn it. You know, there's measles back. That's how bad it is. People are so anti-vaccine now. We have measles back. Thanks, everyone. Thanks. I mean, there's a big difference between a vaccine that's been studied for like fucking many decades and some of the shit people are arguing about now with the new ones. Big difference. I mean, they just use them all over the world and have stopped, you know, all sorts of diseases from spreading and literally saved nations. But whatever, you know. This mom wants her kid to fucking play in the dirt with this other kid. And, you know, if your kid's got to die, fuck it. Jesus. This is nuts. Yeah, sorry, wrong house. That situation. Well, then what's the problem then? I'm thinking measles. I don't know about TB. I don't know. Is there a fucking vaccine for that? I'm more pissed at the measles. What's going on with TB? Are you saying turtle boy or tuberculosis? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Look, court's back. Woohoo. This is how dad gets out of a topic. Oh, yay, Jenn McCabe. Here we go. The first time
All right, so the objection is noted and
Candy.
overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at. It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
yes,
Is that your sister?
yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes,
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
Oh, sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant, had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1/29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I-
McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You can just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
the top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
So, yes, that concludes. 48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to making a big statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
New. Yeah.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's OMG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
Okay, listen, we are right on time, so we are going back to hear that the fuck again, but I am going to put it on 1.2 or 1. No, we'll do 1.25, and we will catch up fairly quickly. But I have to hear that again. We'll even go a little bit more back. Okay, there we go. There we go. I have to hear that again.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
Shit, a little more because this is good. There.
Who's this
that's
from
good.
and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35. 4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Correct?
She was at
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And sitting separate.
Is that a period? What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked.
The
So
one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt.
You guys,
Brian.
I'm sorry. I gotta go back again. I'm sorry to keep doing this. There was one thing that was said that I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And look, it's not even that far. So it'll take maybe 5 minutes for us to catch up. Pay attention to right before that. There's something.
Him that you're referring to.
Yeah, I think it's right before that. Yeah, so 7. Okay, yeah, we'll catch up. I have it on 1.5, so we'll catch up in about 4 or 5 minutes. It was she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Okay. I want to hear that again, that part.
And we handed the phone to Kerry.
Who's Carrie?
Kerry Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who's on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
So why? That's the part that also tripped me out. Why we're handing the phone to Carrie? Like how can you trust that? This is weird. Yeah, it's Proctor on the phone, but like again, this is not. Why can't they just go into an interview room and record it? This is insane. They're
Who's this from?
literally are they passing a phone around for statements in a murder case? Like that is insane. That is insane.
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. I'm sorry, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handy for the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed after home.
No,
I'm sorry, no,
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Kerry Roberts and Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Kerry kept talking, was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay, there you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes,
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? It was a private chat, it's not open to the public.
correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
Those, I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just.
Hold on, this is important. Listen to what she just said. Listen to what she just said and think about that. Oh my God. This to me, this is okay. I'm going to have my own little bitch freak out right now. This is a big deal, what she just said. Because she just admitted to knowing, right, that all her texts would be read. What was it that Jen did immediately after John's death?
The people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking anymore of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard.
She literally just said, I knew the police were going to read my texts. I knew the police were going to read my texts. She knew when she handed her phone over that they were going to read them. So that means she knew
that question.
the whole time that they would read them, right? And what was it she did that night? She deleted, what was it, 10 text messages? And she just admitted to knowing in advance. Oh, I knew. Like, it's common knowledge the way she said it. Oh, I knew they were going to read them. Oh. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think he had to. I think she just knew. I mean, it's obvious. The second they were questioned, I knew, so I deleted some. She just admitted to knowing the process, the procedure.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
That's not good for her. That may seem small, but I really think the defense could really, like, they could pull that out. Oh, good, we can go forward a little. They could pull that little one out of their pocket for sure. Dude, I knew they were going to read my text. Then why did you delete 10 of them?
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, recipient witnesses in this case, through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other recipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Kerry was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Another big sigh right there. I am keeping track of the
I want to
sighs
change gears
and
for a
I'm
second,
taking
Ms.
notes.
McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lang's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lang's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lang's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went.
And
Correct.
you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yes.
Dance Kinetics fan Mia, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Tell me, what's your
You
favorite
spoke
Jenn
to
McCabe
Lieutenant Tully
outfit
about
so
this very
far?
same visit on May
Appreciate
10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lang's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lang of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lang that we talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lang's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you went over to the Lang residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lang's house. That's why you went to Michael Lang's house.
I went to Michael Lang's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to.
You know what? We're a little behind, but this is a really good fucking point, and I'm pausing for it. This is a really good point. And you know what? We say this in comedy. Comics say this all the fucking time. The amount of times when I started that older comics who like Road Dogs told me this exact thing, and that I, all shriveled, titted, and old, now tell the young noobs, countless. If you want to get your fucking story across to people, whether it's a bit, a set, one joke, the truer it is, the better you're going to be able to tell it. So, like, you shouldn't have to memorize a bit if you're telling jokes based on your real life, right? You often see comics who are doing like, and not shitting on them, but if they're doing like fantasy jokes, wordplay, one-liners, that's a little more difficult than telling a story, especially if the story really happened. So facts are pretty easy to remember. You can blend them and change them. Comedy's totally different from testifying under law, obviously. But like, you should remember the basic facts, at least of a trauma that you're somewhat separated from. Because remember, they didn't see nothing. They're speaking like, I can't recall. Well, did you black it out because you were traumatized from fucking doing that shit or helping? Like, what is this? This is strange fucking behavior. But that's a good fucking point. She shouldn't have to make a timeline. There should have been no fucking arts and crafts night. They shouldn't have made wrestling signs together. Whatever they had to do to memorize it. And then the way she's reporting back like 10-4, the fucking chickens in the nest. Like, what are you doing, bitch? And so obviously, too, they should have got signal. You guys were right. They should have got signal.
Drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lang. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have
Good point.
happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up.
And another link. There you go. It's a link later. It's a linker. By the way, is today National Comic Book Day? I think it's today or maybe tomorrow. You guys get free comic books. I'll give you updates in a minute.
Sustained.
Yeah, another conflict.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told
Sustained.
Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from.
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
Maybe you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th. It's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony?
You know, I do wonder about Peg. She seems pretty zoned out
And what she was going to say.
and really kind of depressed. Like, she seems to be going through it. I do wonder if, you know, losing her daughter and the somewhat softer of the two sons, it seems,
About dropping off.
if she's kind of channeling her motherly feelings towards Jen, someone who's pretty stern. Maybe there's a connection there. I don't know. But the way she talks, God bless her, Peg she reminds me a lot of my grandma. She seems like a very stern, hard woman. She definitely seems like a boy mom or a calloused mom who maybe misses having girls around. Just my opinion. But I do wonder if she lets Jen get away with more, like saying things maybe that aren't exactly true. I wonder if she just lets her get away with it because she's already on board and she's just like fucked. She's just fucked up and sad. She's like, fuck it. You know, who cares? 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock, it's cracked, it's fucking shattered. Who gives a shit? My boy's dead. That kind of thing. And I think that there's an odd connection there to some people. But to me, it's like, oh yeah, these two, yeah, they could. It's Lucille 1 and Lucille 2, dude. It's Lucille 1 and Lucille 2 from Arrested Development. I think they both are fueled by some kind of maybe some mom vengeance. Maybe they're just on. I don't know. Maybe they're just fucking. One's hardened by anger, and I think Peg has depression, and I don't blame her. But there's something going on with Jen in this timeline business, and you're right. Peg said nothing. But at the same time, she was just answering questions, so they didn't ask her. I do wonder why they didn't ask her. Well, it's because Jackson took the high road. It was classy, and he doesn't need that. He doesn't need Peg directing the timeline. Because that would if we're thinking from practical, unethical standpoint, but it is the best marketing, I guess, if we're looking at it that way from a lawyer perspective. It's not going to look good to be like, and she orchestrated it and point at the crying victim, the dead guy's fucking mom. That's not going to look good for them. It's actually in, I think, the defense best interest to let McCabe take the fall. And she fucking frankly kind of deserves it. So, you know, in a way, we should be thanking Peg for inadvertently orchestrating Jen getting dumped on today. So with that, I say thank you, Peg.
Yeah. Her daughter.
And that's called getting taken down by a peg or two.
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, you were...
No, she did hear it. Because remember, they've been talking about this, and you know they all read Turtle Boy. You especially know Jen did, because or what's her name? The other one, the one who said Bukkake. And here's the other thing, like, think about it this way, Reggie. If Peg orchestrated it, that would be like not as weird, in my opinion, because it's like if someone murdered Mookie's, I'd be like, all you motherfuckers who are there at the party aren't leaving this house until you make me a time. I want all your statements written down right fucking now. I want to know what happened to my fucking dog. It'd be like a church lock-in. No one's getting out or everyone's getting fucking raptured. You understand me? Whatever happened to my boy, write it the fuck down. I want, record it. Give me TikToks, but don't fucking post them. Send them directly to me. I need statements. I don't hate Peggy if she's like, bitch, make me a timeline. Imagine they go up to her and go, well, Karen said this. And she's like, what? And then they're telling her different. And it's 2 o'clock and 3. And they make up this big fucking story. If I were Peg, I'd go, make me a fucking timeline. Take this to the police and make me a timeline. I'm actually commend her for that. That is exactly what I think most of us would do. And then demand they report it to the police, which is what they did. But they did it after they had ample time. And those were some big girl fucking statements they made and claimed Karen said it. And now it's all fucking falling apart. So again, thank you, Peg. And Jen's gonna take the fall for it, and we're okay with that. I'm fine with that. Fuck her. Making me look at another blue top. I see what you're doing. She is literally a thin blue line.
The reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lang's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lang's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lang's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lang's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lang's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. The lieutenant showed,
No, he didn't show me a record.
he just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lang's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lang at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
Help for identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document? Okay.
I'll see you, Counselor Tabor. May I have that, please?
I'm going to start speaking in only Jen and only Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to be like, this is a wildly breaking news, wildly different. Jenn McCabe appears in court today. And I'm going to just say, to be honest, if I'm being, I actually probably do that a lot. Because I've been watching a lot of behavioral pattern shit from the guy that they lied to me about, Tim Roth or Eli Roth? Tim Roth. And they say they're like, that's a big tell. And like, just try doing it and see how people look at you. And I'm all about social tests, like when it comes to just strangers. It's like, what happens if you get too close? What happens if you wave and say howdy to like everyone at the store? Just, it's maybe annoying to some people, but I find it wildly entertaining and worth it. But goddamn, dude, I'm going to do so many Jenn McCabes. I'm going to start saying, I can't recall to everything. Everything, to be honest, I say to be honest all the time. And I'm going to start saying, I can't recall. just at the bank. They're like, what's your PIN? I'm like, I can't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
To be honest, if I'm being a fucking liar right now, sure, I was there. That's the opposite. Let's try that. Let's try to put that out there. To be honest, I can't recall, but to be a fucking liar, I remember everything.
Can I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that?
Yes,
location?
that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please.
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lang's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on.
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay, and what's the time? What's the date? Of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
I believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes,
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
yes,
He had you on full blast.
yes,
You're dressed in winter gear
yes,
because it's freezing out, correct?
correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop a child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, right?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th area before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and smelled the cell.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Breaking Papa news. I don't know if I'm supposed to share this. There's not that many people in here. I mean, look, he's responding to the question. He knows for sure that Brian Alpert, Matt, and Jen have scripts for Adderall, but she is definitely on something different now. And of course, everything I said coming out is true. I know how this ends. Lots of laughing emojis. Papa is TMZ. Papa is our Harvey. Okay. He is TMZ. He's Nostra Papa, dude. He's Nostra Papa. He knows who has the scripts. He knows how many they have. He knows the milligrams, and he knows when they're taking other people's shit. Papa is the cheesemay king. He's Massa cheesemay, dude. This is a new, we're fucking trademark it. Massa cheesemay. Nostra Papa.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
He came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before. So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
By the way, I just informed Papa, you fucking rule, Papa.
I truly thought I had. My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34th area?
I don't remember that now.
Would you refresh your recollection, stick with your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page that's top highlighted. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34th Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at it as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34th Fairview. Did you say today?
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lang's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lang's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
Please,
Do you
I'm
have a
about to
while
shift
more? Okay. All right, juries, we will take our morning recess.
15, 20 minutes. Just do that. And then again, if we just go forward.
Well, we are through the first part and we are 5 size in. We are 5 size in. Okay. We have just discovered that Jenn is a little drive-by. Jenn is a little drive-by. All right. We've also coined 2 new phrases. Let me see. I've been keeping track. I've been taking notes of all the crazy shit she says. All the crazy shit she says going to her head. Here's what I got. I got Jenn is a little drive-by. All right. So we know that now. That's good. Also, when Papa's in town, we will refer to Massachusetts time as Massacheesme. Okay. And he is now forever Nostra Papa. So Nostra Papa has the Massacheesme. And we will find out if we can get his blessing on shirts. Okay. Because that's some good shit. All right. Jamarcus up in the right-hand corner. For all you kids coming in late. Hello, hello, hello. It's Fan Watch. It's Fan Watch 2025. We've got, how much time we got? What were we when we went to break? Break started about 4 minutes ago. So we have about 11 minutes. We win. We absolutely win. We absolutely win. Everyone's a winner. Winner, winner, Papa dinner. That was very funny. He does have all the cheese may. It seems Papa has the scripts. Papa knows what's going on. He knows who's doing what, when, where, why, and to who. Oh, hello, good Mookies. Now Mookies is here. He now has to go piss. So what we're going to do is, oh, I know, honey. I know. Hold on. Let me put something on for the kids. Okay. We're going to put something on for the kids. And then we'll be right back. Okay. Why don't I do this? I'm going to put on the video of, look, it's exactly 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Running a VR chat gas station was a horrible idea with Marcus. You guys want to see that? I know, honey. I think we'll watch that. We'll watch that. Okay, I know, honey. And while Marcus is on, you kids can gossip. Oh, Mookie, he's so pissed off. I know, honey, I know. I'm going to put on running a VR.
Marcus?
Okay,
Marcus? Shiva, hold on, don't let go. How are you still playing?
I'll see you later, Marcus.
Guys, everyone please remain calm. He's just staring at me like I know he's still there.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Robert Malicki, hitter, investigator.
Go ahead and do my introduction to Shabbat Bob, part of the Gita Investigative.
We know each other. We literally hang out every week. So I have a plan, all right? We're going to take turns on this island. All right.
And we're gonna sneak out.
All right.
What if they like little gator guys?
There's been a serial killer on this island.
Okay, turn around. Tell me that guy's not the
Listen
great
up.
evil. I can see the great evil. It's that guy. It has to be.
Want to see a magic trick? Want to see a magic trick, little boy?
I'm not. I'm in my 30s.
Check your DMs. Check your Twitch DMs. Hey, hello. I think you got a little message in Twitch DMs.
Oh, what the heck is going on in here? Yo, Marcus? Marcus?
We're not doing drugs. We're doing DMT. It's different, okay? Marcus got me DMT, okay?
Hear me out, Robert.
no,
I'm here doing it work, fixing this computer. It has an AMD processor. Shut the fuck up, Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter?
He's here. I know it.
What do you mean he's here? Like on the island we're on? He's
I
here?
need to find him. You see, Robert,
out,
this
Robert.
is kind of dangerous. It's cold, really cold. But Jimbo James, he's part of it. You'll see him when the time is right.
You good? Just kind of staring. What are you looking at?
Poopity.
What?
Poopy wop whoop poo.
Are you okay? I think you might have done too much drugs, Marcus.
Do you want some fentanyl?
Marcus, you cannot be doing fentanyl, man.
Apologies.
Guys,
Good kitty cat.
Okay, with all due respect, you guys are really messed up. I think you guys should just. I think you guys should go home. Do you guys need me to drive you guys home? Don't. No, you should not be smoking. Fredrickson, can you grab that out of their mouth, please?
Robert.
What do you mean? Oh my God, Marcus! I know what you're gonna do. Please don't go in the fire. I don't want to have to pull you out of that again. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Okay, he's gone in the fire. He's rolling around.
Robert, help.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I warned you about it. Here, I'm pulling you out. I'm grabbing you. Ugh. Are you okay?
You saved my life.
He didn't do anything. He literally did not do anything.
You saved my life.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Fredrickson, you didn't do anything. Hi, Marcus. I think you're on drugs. I think you might be on fentanyl. Where's it going? There he goes. He's doing that thing where he just walks away, runs away. He's just staring at me like I know he's still there. Marcus, we can still see you.
Oh my God, he's gone.
Oh, he's just behind that tree. Like he's just behind the tree. Marcus, I can see your arm. All right, you're not hiding.
No, you can't.
All right, now get out from there.
Look, booty, booby wop.
What's he talking about? And seriously, where'd he go?
There's some problems. Should I just try to fix them? Well, the chef has something. I don't know. Cat Mom is about something like always.
What are you bitching about?
The mic is down here.
Stupid.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Voltage. Guys, how's the kitchen been going?
Oh my God. Oh, ignore the sink. Sink is broken.
You broke the sink already?
Why is there smoke coming out of the sink?
Guys, fix the fucking sink, okay? I don't pay you. You guys broke it, you gotta fix it, or I'm taking it out of your paycheck. All right, we gotta hurry up. The mafia lobsters are here. I can't believe I even have to say something like that.
I'm sorry. That's my cousin, Big Tommy. He's blind unless he uses echolocation, but only when it crescendos he can see, right? Enough noise.
Right.
Yeah, I turned her down as well.
It's a case-to-case situation. Case-to-case situation.
It's crescendo, and again, Big Tommy can finally see, baby. He can.
So it's
Big
definitely
Tommy
crescendo.
right there. Mr. Rob, one thing before we start, I am 17. I don't think that guy can be near me, Mr. Rob. Heads.
You're very mature for your selfish. I think I could maybe rub your lobster shell a bit. Keep it nice and moist. Call me daddy.
I call the police. I'm 17. Heads. I'm 17.
He is not even-
What is doing it, Crescendo?
A lot of chicken around here.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
hearing that some people been hating upon us gays.
We're racist.
We're racist.
Guys, we don't need to start a tin board here. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a Gator, and I think I'm gonna be supporting the Gators, man. I can't open your business. Hold on, it's crescendoing. I can't tell them yet. I have to wait for it to stop crescendoing. I can't work with you guys. Sorry, my bad.
We started it and we will end it.
Listen, this is
Is that
not
an Arab?
He's Indian.
Oh, sorry, India.
All right, that's it.
My
We're
bad.
leaving it in the crescendo. All right, it's crescendo. Everybody, we're f***ing racist. I'm 17.
You can keep that heads up guy though. I'm out of here.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I would like to put on a little show for you. It won't last more than 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Come on, shut the up. Hey, stop. Cut the music.
Never talk to you like that.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Yeah, how about that, huh, guys? All right. Now let's give it back up for Cat Mom, who's going to continue her singing performance. I even need to go in there. Should I just go check up on the gas station? I haven't been in the gas station for a little while. What the fuck? Hello? What the fuck is going on in this place? What's going on in the gas station? Marge! I left you in charge of this place. Why is it like this? Get your shit together, man. You work here, bro. Get it together. Get the fuck up. Oh my god. What the fuck? That just ripped off his own arm in front of me. Guys, everyone please remain calm. Hey, you have low batteries. Oh, that wasn't that. What the fuck is causing that noise? There's very loud noises coming from you, ma'am. Don't bring the cart. No, you cannot have the cart in here. Please take that outside. Please. What the fuck? Sir, you are too big. Get out of here. Get out of here, bees. All right, looks like things are starting to calm down. All right. That might be blood on the ground, and there's cockroaches eating it. Well, all right. Fredrickson, I need a ride. I'm going to text him. I got to make it back. Fredrickson, what the fuck was that? Fredrickson, I don't know how you're doing front flips in the fucking car, but I need you to get me the fuck out of here. Where do I want to go? Do a lap around the place and then take me to the boat. Want some music? Yeah, that sounds nice. Fredrickson, I got to say, you've gotten a lot better at driving. What the hell? Where did this come from? Okay, I shouldn't have said anything. What the hell is going on? You're having a whole ass musical here? Okay, that's fine. A different song? Sure, I'll take a different song. Maybe something a little more relaxing. Maybe you should put on a seatbelt. Fredrickson's kind of going crazy. Holy shit! Shiva, hold on, don't let go. How are you still playing? Get out of the car, Fredrickson. All right, that was a beautiful song, Jifa. I don't know where you learned how to play that or why, but I think you've been smoking a lot lately, so let's work on that. All right? Okay. I'm sorry it's broken. Okay, well, good luck. I'm going onto the big boat. You're jump in the water. Okay. Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Mr. Don. We're taking care of everything. We would never disappoint you, regardless of you being here or not.
You want some shrimp?
Marcus? What the hell are you doing? Marcus, this is not the best time, dude. I'm here with the mafia. This is really not the best time.
Look, big guy, don't worry. He's a good little gator.
He's a good guy, you tell me.
You know Donnie G? Wow. Marcus, you know everyone. What the heck?
I got the moves, Robert.
Yeah.
Boopity bop.
Since you know Marcus, and you are good friends and well acquainted, yes, you are forgiven, especially.
I'm Marcus.
I know who you are, Marcus. We've been friends for quite some time.
Don't piss him off.
Give me a kiss.
I don't know what I did.
I'll see you later, Marcus.
All right. See you later, Marcus. There goes running again. All right, guys, take care. All right, hope you guys had a nice night. All right, hey, and how good were our performers tonight? Huh? Did you guys enjoy Cat Mom's singing performances?
Not really.
I did too. Hey, Shabama Bob, I'm done for the night. All right.
Yeah, we're good. Nothing wrong happened. Nothing died.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Shabama Bob, you having a good sleep?
Shabama, wake up! Hey,
is he good, Shabama Bob?
It's like pulsating.
I'm good.
What are you doing here?
He's dead.
No, man, shit! I'm a shit.
Guys, listen to me. All right, we're gonna figure this out next week. All right. Can you keep it down? We're having a conversation here. Shut up about your bear. All right. Listen, guys. Look, we're gonna actually do real detective work. All right.
Hanging out with Rob, you can call him Ruffle Gator. I'm hanging with the talkers like Bonk and Red. Rob got 5 nukes and they're all cool.
Marcus?
Oh shit. I have no idea what came of that. Hold on one second. Sorry. There's fucking pollen. There's fucking pollen everywhere outside. It's hard to breathe. This bug's in the house. Here we go. We're back to fan. Okay. Well, how much longer do we have a fan? Let's see. Gas stations do sell all the best things. Okay. So, I'm looking at a fan right now. I'm looking at a fucking fan. Here, let me see this. I'm going to pop this bad boy right up real quick. Put an H on it so we know there's hornets in it. All right, excellent. So this is the Majestic fan. I do have a few more things I added over the break between last night and this morning. Let me show you this. Check this out. No. What? It didn't work? Well, I guess we could just look at McSweetie. It was supposed to say thank you, Paul. But in case you're not looking.
The world is unfortunately very unpredictable, and I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer
Perfect
matters so
timing.
much. That is where a great partner and sponsor comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys.
Trying to remove my woes,
Secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $5.6 million verdict for another crash in Atlanta, not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. That's it. It could all be done on your phone. So if you're interested, start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere. Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo. Ahorita va a volar. Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
All right. We did our curse. Here's what we're going to do. I know Mookie's honey. Now he wants to go poo. He just ate. Now he wants to poo. Because all the food he just ate is pushing the shit out. How long do we have? I know Mookie Dookies. Mama's going to check and see how long we have, honey. Oh, wow. 15 minutes, huh, Bev? She says 18 minutes later. Fucking Beverly. Oh, uh-oh.
Over the fence, trying to piece together how all this happened. Your reaction?
Jesse. No.
Yeah, so the poor babysitter, she's...
Oh, the poor baby. Oh, yeah. No. Take me back to the trial, please. Hold on, Mookies. We're going to take you now. All right, guys. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, good. That thing got in my way. It's now I have a thing. Okay, there we go. A thing for my computer popping up. Okay. I have time to take him. Okay, I'm going to take him. They're not back. Here's what I'll do. That way, I don't feel bad abandoning you kids necessarily right away. Here's what I'm going to do, because I think they're going to take maybe one more minute. So I think what I'll do is I'll do this because it's 1 minute and 28 seconds long, and by then they'll be back and then it'll play. Okay. All right. And I know, honey, I'm going to walk and I will chat with you. Here we
Hello,
go.
folks. Nuck here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my free-form lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. but you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious, come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they have, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
All right. Mookie's did a poopy, so everything is fine. Mookie's did a poopy, so I have a feeling my manifestations will come to fruition today. As his asshole says, so it is done. How are you guys doing? How are we doing, kids? Hold on one second. Let me pop myself up. Let me pop up. Let pop up. Okay. So took some notes. All right. Took some notes. Oh, what's going on here? All right. Sorry. Pardon me. Let me get adjusted. Where is my little book of, what is it? Slurs, insults? What is that? Ah, there it is. My book of put downs and zingers. I use that to prop the mic up now. All right. In addition to Leviathan. So, how are we doing? How was Fan? Fan was good. You guys had a good time with Fan? Okay, excellent. Well, good. As long as you're enjoying Fan, that's all that matters. You're playing Infinity while I read and type and watch. What is Infinity Nikki? That's why Peggy cries every day because Paul's an idiot. She lost her favorites. Yep. I mean, was it Mary who said she has favorites? Or was it Nanny? Who has favorites? I think Mary, right? I think her least favorite is Sean. I don't fucking quote me on that. I think Mary Malarkey has favorites. So yeah, we'll have to ask her. We'll ask her what it would be like to have to keep the dumb one and lose the good one, So Morgan and Morgan killed my family. Don't use them. This is all satire, but they did. So avoid them. All right. I'm not sponsored by them, but I am mooching off of a stream sponsored by them. It's also very hot here, and I saw the biggest mosquito I've ever seen in my life outside, sucking upon the blood of my mookies, and I was pretty pissed about it. Killed that motherfucker. So I have committed a felony while we were gone. A bug felony, but a felony nonetheless. I do worry about my manifestations coming to fruition, considering I am not wearing my scrunchie. I am using some very old hair ties, and I don't know how this is going to tie in with the trial. That's right. Mookie's is currently in the other room getting under a comforter right now because he needs comfort after what he witnessed when he came up to say, "Mommy, have to take sheets." He saw Jenn McCabe's face and he went, "Oh." And I've had to take a nice moment out of the day to explain to him why the scary lady is here, why she exists, and why she's on the TV. He would much prefer Bluey. So I think it's clear that Bev is fucking with us. I don't see how 15 minutes can turn into 20 and then very rapidly hone in on the 30-minute mark. That's wild. Is there something going on in the trial that we don't know about in the trial room? Let's go over some notes. First of all, I can't breathe because there's pollen outside. Second of all, Marcus is a worm and he does have an entire fan channel. Okay, that's in the news. He has a fan channel on Instagram with a ton of clips that never before seen by us. Simultaneously, there is also a ROFL Gator archive on Wayback Machine. It does include quite a bit of risque stuff, but it gives you a dive into the universe of some weird characters we've somehow stumbled upon and chosen to make our idol. So that's true. That's a thing, and that happened. Other news, the dark SUV was outside at 12:45. According to Jenn McCabe at the grand jury in 2023, she said it was at 12:45 that I saw the black SUV. In fact, she used that to justify another point she wanted to make, which I believe was, that's how I know that's when I texted, something like that. So to use that exact statement in a grand jury where she likely, I mean, we know she prepped, she had a whole fucking timeline. To make that statement after working so hard on this timeline, well, that was wild to me because you know, you work hard at this timeline. You gather details from your social circle and those who were there. And apparently, what was it? The pool boy, the auto mechanic, someone, the fucking town tortilla flipper, whoever it was, someone's there, who doesn't know any of you, and even he was around while you're creating this timeline, which she later referred to as an episode. We'll get there. So it was at 12:45, she said, that I saw the black SUV outside. And I know that was the time because blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. You say that to a grand jury after, first of all, closer to the crime in time, right? So there was less time between that testimony and this testimony today. Now, we've heard over and over in this trial, does your memory improve over time or does it get worse? Well, scientifically speaking, and according to research and fucking statistics and, you know, fucking your mom, that it's, yes, it does get worse over time. It does not get better, right? So with that said, that is a hell of a statement to make all of a sudden today when she said, I think. Well, no, you didn't, because we have the transcript. Boo, 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 boo. Now, another significant note I thought was interesting was that right before this, when he said, will this document help you refresh your memory, help you recollect? She said, sure. And she took it. Okay. Well, yesterday, every time they said, will this help you recollect? Will this record help you recollect your memory, help you remember? It was a whole stink. Well, I don't know. It could, but I mean, if that's what I said, that's what it was. A whole fucking, let's run around the bush. I don't think it'll help. I mean, if you're saying I said that, but I don't think I said that. Like, it was a whole thing. It's not reliable. I don't know if I can. Oh, God. I'm getting flustered. Like, it was just like, no. Whatever you give me won't help me refresh or recollect my memory because I ain't recollecting shit because you gave it to me and I don't trust you, is essentially what happened yesterday. Today, it was show us your perfect smile and say, sure. Sure, AJ, sure. Hand it over to me, boss. Let me take a look at it. And then the second it gets into, your timeline's a little off here, ma'am. What was it you said about 12? All of a sudden, no, it won't help me recollect. I've never recollected anything in my life. I wouldn't know where to begin. Okay. Okay. Oh, the financier, Jen? The financier? So I think that is a major thing to note. It seems like every day, the idea that a record could help her to recollect or recollect, if you want to be a fucking weirdo about it, for a record to back up or perhaps help her remember a memory. I mean, she wouldn't know where to begin. She wouldn't know where to begin. The thought, the process of that happening, the idea that someone could conceivably trigger a memory by looking at their own words in transcript form. It never occurred to her. She wants no fucking part of it. This sounds like witchcraft. Why are you trying to sell me this Avon? Are you from Scientology? Can I speak to Mike Hunt? I am his niece. Like, this is what's happening. Okay. And then today, all of a sudden, she shows her Roman Reigns smile. It blinds the courtroom as she says, sure. Okay. And then we hit the 12:45 mark where now all of a sudden your timeline's fucked up and we get back to, oh my God, I have fallen into a fugue state. Am I ill? Who am I? Is Matt my husband? Is he your husband? Where are we? Oh my God. My memory couldn't possibly be triggered. It couldn't be triggered by anything. I mean, you could show me a video of me saying it, me doing it, and I would tell you, I can't recall. There's no way I could possibly have a memory based on any form of record of a past event that I took part in. But also, do you want to see the time Auntie JJ did the dance to It's Raining Men? Because I remember that and I have that on my phone and I can show it to you and maybe you'll remember. Let me just show it to you anyway. It's really good. She's so funny. What the fuck, Jennifer? Jennifer Weeks McCabe, Jewib, Jewamebib. I don't know that. I was high. She should say that. I would have more respect for her. She gets the times wrong. And she says, once she finally, okay, I consent. I consent to having a timeline put in front of my face. At that point, she is then questioned. And she informs AJ, well, if I did say it, there's more to it than that. There is more to it. That is just part of what I said. Show us the rest. Honey, I don't think you want him to. Because it's just more of what you said that you're now contradicting. That is not part of what she said because he forced her to read. All the things she said, go in their head. Like literally, he made her read it. They went back through it. And that wasn't part of what she said. It had full context. This was where you were. This was what was happening. Carrie was being interviewed. You were fucking eavesdropping, Jen. You were being a snoopy little fucking dupa. Okay? The big time statement. If she pleads out, and this is between a group of the people who are there. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode. Oh, honey, it's not an episode. It's a whole fucking series. It's a series. It's The Last of Us. Where's Mitty? How does that end? My God. This isn't an episode, Jen. This is Game of Thrones, okay? And you're about to experience a thing called the Red Wedding episode, hun. How is Jen and Blue on fucking beta blockers somehow also the reddest of the weddings? It's a lot. I have no idea I was fucking wasted. That's all she has to say. That's it. What difference is it today on Claus than any other day at a fucking kid's basketball game just being fucking fucked up on benzos or whatever she's on? Like, what's the fucking difference? Changing the story constantly is fucking damning. Absolutely. I don't know why we're on a lunch break. They said 20 minutes, but 20 minutes in Bev time is a long time. Then we have all caps. She is telling him everything about Carrie because she's the talker, right? Is that the plan? Because Jen seemed, here's the thing that I'm tripping over. Jen seemed really surprised, right? When the FBI came knocking at her door. She seemed really like, oh, me? I'm Nicole. Got the wrong guy. She was evasive. She doesn't want to give statements until she wants to. Unless she calls you because she suddenly had a memory, she doesn't want to give statements. Now, Carrie, on the other hand, Carrie's the talker. I wonder if she meant that literally. Like we wrote the timeline and the agreement was she would spill all the beans. Because I couldn't possibly. I'm the sister-in-law to a Boston cop. I can't do that. My husband works in IT, hon. You got nothing to lose. You're single. You say all the shit. They'll believe you. I can't lie. I'm not good at it. Like, I can see her doing some shit. It's just fucking wild to me that, like, oh, Carrie's the talker. Here, Carrie, say all this. We'll make you a little timeline, hon. Oh, me, I don't need it. I don't rely on it. Remember she said earlier? She said, I can't remember. Well, then why'd you build a fucking timeline? You built the timeline so you could remember. That was your story, right? Where is it? You've had it all this time. You've talked about it multiple times with family members. Why'd you build a fucking timeline? If you can't fucking recall anything, you can't remember shit. They're back. Here we go. They're back. I will shut up. Enjoy this shit show. Enjoy Jenn McCabe's courtroom. As she owns it in this beta blocker blue blouse. She is a thin blue line. Yeah, they have to fight Jen's tooth and nail for sure.
Jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I'm going to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay.
More records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
Did Hank just say take it easy?
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Did
appreciate
he
that.
just say take it easy?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the?
May I approach one?
Yes.
Wait, this one? Yes. This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes,
in the weeks and months following.
yes,
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
We'll speed it up. Hold the fuck on. So you know exactly what you told him, but you don't know where? That's crazy.
So again, Trooper Tully
Right?
never met Trooper Proctor for September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met.
You're sped up a little bit. I'm going back.
The
We're
interview
sped up.
with Trooper Tully. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
How do you not remember where? How does she not remember where an interview was? But she remembers everything she said. That's insane.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had
Said
told
lying.
Trooper Proctor,
Ooh.
I'm sorry, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before.
We'll go back to what Bev said again. She said lying. Like, she straight up, if the jury wasn't thinking Jen was lying, she is they're definitely that was actually a favor to the defense, whether Bev knows it or not, in my opinion. It's on 1.25, so we can hear it again.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, sorry, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully.
So yes, Reggie's right. That bitch, aka the Bev, is definitely not allowing anything that would impeach Jen, which is insane. So I guess she's cock blocking perjury now. So Bev is gatekeeping perjury. You're no longer to perjure in front of the jurors if Bev thinks it's in your best interest, which is insane. But the way Bev scolded Alan was to instruct the jury not to accept it, essentially, because just like when another witness was lying is what they're going to hear. That's not exactly what she said, but that's the idea that, oh, he's trying to show you that she lied. If they didn't catch it before, they fucking caught it now. And that's because of what Bev just said. She inadvertently did a favor somehow to the defense while simultaneously cock blocking the perjury of Jen. That is a fucking weird move. I don't think she realizes she could have put that in the juror's head, and good, because that's exactly what Jen's doing. She's fucking lying. And if they didn't see where the questioning was going, that line of questioning before, they know now. By saying, don't listen to that, they are now paying attention. It's like, don't push the red button. Well, what does the red button fucking do? You know what I mean?
That you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please. Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior.
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
If I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this has been asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question has been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
At least he wasn't breaking it. At least he was fixing your bike. Holy shit. She's cock-blocking Jackson every turn.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown?
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There's a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls that you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
Inadvertently?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
Like you inverted
not just one
video?
butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials.
Sorry, we're going back. That is the exact face when a joke does not hit. That is the face when a joke doesn't hit. That's the face you make, like, yikes. Okay, well, you can't win them all. That's the face. Let me see it again.
Several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone's calling
Thank you,
John O'Keefe's
Donna.
phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
Oh, I'm edgy.
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once,
Inadvertently.
7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone.
Here's where I'm
and
making
not
her
one
cry.
of
I
those
manifested this
butt
moment.
dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those
I'm
phone
going
calls
back if
actually-
we can.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone's calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and
And
not
you deleted
one
it.
of those butt dials.
And you
appears on your phone
deleted it.
extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last?
Fucking liar. How are you not aware of it? In the last trial, they spent fucking most of your testimony on it. What? You're not aware of that, bitch? Oh, you're not aware of you deleting that fucking shit? Didn't she delete it? Wasn't there a whole bunch? Isn't that why you got witness intimidated? Isn't that why this whole thing is looking real fucking bad for you? Because you deleted those really suspicious calls? And you can't recall there being an issue? Oh my God, this is bad. Oh my God, she has Giardia. This is exactly how the Giardia host behaved. I don't know if you got, for those of you who don't get it, I'm sorry, but for those of you who do, this is the shit I'm talking about. Say one thing when they fucking know it's another, and it's like, oh my God, this bitch believes her own bullshit. This is fucking crazy.
Butt dial?
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that? at the
Perjury.
last hearing,
Perjury.
A year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open phone. It's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone.
Yes, because she locked it, remember?
You put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted the
No. She locks her phone, remember? She testified to this the other day. She locks her phone before she goes to bed when she turns it off.
phone was open and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often? Make phone calls.
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, no reproach.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely a slight delay again in the two cameras because you can see they start to approach before he's even done. And in this left camera, they're already approaching. So if you want to see what happens in the future, pay attention to the right camera because it looks like it is it's basically 30 seconds ahead or not even 30, maybe 10. So keep that in mind also when you're seeing their reactions to shit. You're literally seeing them react slightly sooner than whatever it is they are hearing or seeing.
Phone app is open.
And just keep that in mind because it would be funny if the wrong reaction fell at the wrong time. Or unfortunate, And now we
So
are
let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you,
now we're
okay?
pretty much caught up. Here we go.
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And that happens to be the last dial. You scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the record show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you make calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. Actually, they go on for 4 minutes, right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls. No.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that. No.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure. Maybe around 11:30, 12. I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you said, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've hunted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I brought in here. That's fine. Can we take a brief recess? 5 minutes.
I'll sit Hazel outside. I will. If Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to side by.
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
How's the
record.
counsel at sidebar?
Well, we're gonna go snag that. Whatever pissed Bev off.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about
Let me
that.
see that shit right quick.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, zoom in, Daddy. Let me see that shit. Oh, that's why the curtain's there. See, you guys hated on that shit. You guys hated on that shit. And look, you see what that curtain's been doing? It's been doing everyone a favor, and you guys called it drab. You guys called it a school photo background. How dare you?
I object to the way.
I object. So she doesn't want one column? What does the column say? That's assault. Can I get better? Nope, that's the best. Well, fuck. I'll tinker on my other computer.
The way it's presented here.
The way it's presented, bitch.
Okay.
What's wrong? Timestamp, source, value, parameters, origin, service identifier, and deleted. Is she about to get pissed off at the deleted column? Because if so, that's a Brady.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column.
Get rid of
exactly
a
how
column.
it appears, Your Honor. That's the
How's the
record.
counsel at sidebar?
She's getting rid of the column that says deleted. Hold on. Did they rule that they're not allowed to say that her shit was deleted? Fuck. Yo. What? What the fuck, dude? Okay. We're live. We got caught up even after checking it. If that deleted column is gone, I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna do karate kicks in the yard. Where the people at the church can see. This is absurd. Did he say something to her? Let me put it at 1.25. I need to see if he said something to her. I'm so fucking pissed right now that you need to get rid of a column. Are you talking about the one that says whether it was deleted or not? I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. There's no way they're not gonna allow. There is no way. It's a Cellbrite record. Is she fucking Ian Whiffen? What's going on? What is happening right now? This is insane. This is wild. Get me there to the paradise city where everyone is mean and everyone is shitty. All right, I got it at 1.5. It'll auto catch up. I just want to hear what he acts. All right, here we go. There we go.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Cellbrite record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hostel to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hosslong to die in cold?
I object to recovering the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hosslong to die in cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hosslong to die in cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hosslong to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you two discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
All right. So they're doing their squirms. Okay. They're doing their squirms. Yes, call the Curtin Obology line and leave your voicemails. Leave your threats. Leave your manifestos. This is something. This is something. Dad's watching Twitter freak out. There's some real funny cheeseman going on there. I just saw Jen Altman talking mad shit to a lady that I can't fucking stand, and that is making me giggle. And I cannot wait to DM her about that. I'm looking at Paul in a bikini now. You know, it's fun. And then a really funny painting of Jen where her eyes are very tiny. And that's cool. Apparently, Uncle Mike went out dancing. So there's a lot of dancing going on. That's fun. And CM Punk and Hunter Hearst Helmsley are in a battle for who's most beloved on the internet. So that's what's going on. Papa has not provided me with any more HIPAA updates. Nostra Papa HIPAA time. No updates there yet. What do you think they're all getting yelled at for now? Well, I understand, Darlene, but the majority did bitch about the curtain. The jury is eventually going to try to figure out what was possible. Yeah, I mean, the jury is going to, they're going to be like, oh yeah, Jen did it. They're going to be like, well, this isn't the trial of Jen. They're going to go, what?
Question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You read that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She was sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
Search.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You read that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She was sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that then?
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? It sounded like Ms. Reed.
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Did you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I
My boyfriend, he never came home.
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Susie, thank you very much for your Cash App. That will go to getting me a tail so that I match the Hugin. I appreciate you. Could you slow it down, turn it up, speed it up, turn it down? Yes, ma'am. I will do that, Donna. Thank you.
The first one starting at 6:21.
Oh, I'm okay. Dad's a little high, and I just realized Donna's being sarcastic to them in the trial. I do apologize. Here you go.
Runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this?
What the fuck?
Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe?
Sassy, thank you. You're the best. Nothing's gonna keep you down except Bev Canoni when she says no, you can't do that, bitch. Dude, Sassy, are you enjoying the trial? I'm not. Bev is making me have a panic attack. Also, she does look like Jen looks a lot like Marcus. Every once in a while, if you get upset, just take a look up to the top right of your screen and Marcus McCabe. There you go.
The jurors who we're looking at.
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has.
If Grant Ellis were here, he'd say, breaking news. You should get a little hack because he thinks he's a fucking towel. Maybe he is disabled.
Just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he's a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Gotcha. Sister.
Did it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We put this well. Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? It sounded like Ms. Reed.
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
This is a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe to the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has just a distinguished.
I'd like to take a moment to say thank you, Miss Donna Barkley, for your donation. That will go to the ALF Sex Hotline, which we will call so that we can get Melissa, aka Turd, and Reggie 2 ALF penises. Thank you. Thank you, Donna.
Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please.
Oh, the only bitch in this courtroom with fur on her hood is sitting in the fucking witness stand, dude. Fucking Jenn McCabe, dude.
Pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he's a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Gary Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Gary Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 20:22, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Troll, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just call me on. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between them on you and Gary Robertson, Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely? Mr. O'Keefe? Was that fine?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, the man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So I wasn't going to give I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow. And I wanted help.
She actually said a guy. We heard it the other day and I stopped it and I said, a guy? Because we always hear a man passed out. No, it was a guy.
There.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct.
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt.
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important. And 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer.
I'm sorry. I have to make this point right fucking now. I have to make this point right now. This exact line of questioning. Oh my God, I'm shitting dicks out of my ass right now. This exact line of questioning is what got Amber Geiger convicted. Think about that. This exact situation too. A man is dying. He needs CPR. And you are on your phone texting. And not only texting, in Amber Geiger's case, she was texting another officer, aka her boyfriend, who had a wife, while a man is laying there dying. That is what Jenn McCabe did. That exact behavior is what the jury said swayed them and got Amber Geiger convicted. And yet here McCabe sits, a witness, not in her own trial, a witness in somebody else's trial, not a defendant. She's a witness against someone else, and yet she did the exact same thing. Now, did she shoot John like Amber did? No. But I'm saying the line of questioning, it's the exact same. That's fucking wild to me. I was like, is this deja vu? No, this has happened before. And that lady got convicted. The jury said because of that. The mere fact that she was texting is that's what solidified it. Before they felt sorry for her, they almost let her go. And because of the text in between and not doing the CPR, texting, that's what got her convicted. And yet here Jenn sits, free as a bird, in her benzo blue fucking blouse. Wow.
She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
You all right? 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break.
See how it's ahead? Do you guys want to go back? We'll go back. We'll go back and watch all that again. I know you're all rock hard. We'll go back. That was good. That was crazy. We'll rewatch.
911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend"?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So I wasn't going to give it I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I wanted help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you. right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, luncheon break.
All right.
Let's take 1 minute.
I really want to see that again one more time. I'm not going to go too far back, but I want to see it again because it's really fun. And it's really cool that he does the Satan clap thing. And if you don't get it, I'll show you in a minute. I'll show you in a second. Give me 1 second. Let's watch this again.
It's on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely in the circuit as it passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation, high intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact,
Okay. We're just going to do a quick review in case you missed it. Let me just remove this. Oops. Who's that? Oh, who's that? Oh, it's Baby Brian. It's Baby Brian. Remember this? Okay. Hold on. Let's remove that. Let's stop sharing. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Let's try this one more time. Let's try. Can you hear now? Can you hear now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah? Can you hear me now? Is my sound fixed? Let's see. Yes. Okay, good. Now, I would just like to see if any of you guys can recall this specific dossier, and you'll see why. You'll see why.
For the purposes of this study, we will focus on the number 666 and its use in the Universal Product Code.
Yeah, because Gage F ships product. Are you still with me?
Most people don't realize that 80% of all toys on the market have a cultic influence, and these are the most popular.
It says here that it actually makes the wings move, so let me look at that. Isn't that amazing?
And do you remember those verses in the book of Revelation about the flying beast with the riders on them?
This could actually be taken from Revelations.
Sure, it looks like it.
I dealt with a boy,
here we go,
to abbreviate it, who wanted to kill me. The name of the demon that was inside the young man was named Azrael. I later found out that Azrael was Lucifer's personal death angel. Not only that, but I also found out that that was the same name as the cat on the Smurfs. And what is his primary objective? Is to catch those Smurfs and kill them for Gargamel.
And this kind of knife is being sold for that reason. There's something called an
But
empty.
it's also being sold for healthy reasons.
Man, what's healthy about selling a knife to this?
Yep. Okay. And unfortunately, just temporarily, we have to get rid of Banner because it does slow things down, but we will bring Banner back soon. Morgan and Morgan is not noting us, though, so we don't need to have it up right now. Just know that I am sponsored by Marcus and Marcus, which is very different. And in that case, the injury is usually caused by us, for us. So good luck suing us. We have nothing. Marcus and Marcus, call them or don't. Just don't. Okay? Let's go back one more time and see exactly. This is what happened in court today. Okay? That's what happened in court today. Okay? That's what happened in court today. Just one more time for reference. Pop-ups. That's called pop-ups. That's what happens when you're bad. You get pop-ups. Jenn McCabe got pop-ups. All right, now we have to remove. And now I have to re-add myself to the stage because StreamYard, don't get it. Don't you fucking get it. Because it's gonna fuck you. It's gonna fuck you in the ass. It's gonna peg you. It's gonna give you a deep pegging. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's watch her get pop-ups one more time. Here we go.
Dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police
He was a dear friend or a commandeer because you treated him like a commandeer, you bitch.
officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you didn't
wanted
say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, lunch and break.
All right.
Follow up behind.
Beverly is literally Cindy Lou Who. She looks just like her, and it trips me the fuck out, you guys. So that was, according to Twitter, we're fucking stupid for calling it 2.0. I've been informed that it is not an iOS update. I did not realize there was exclusivity to the phrase 2.0. People are preferring retrial. I'm going to start calling it Trial Mania 2. Or we're going to call it the sequel. Because who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? What a silly thing to argue about. That is silly. I'm going to start calling it again. I'm going to call it again. I'm just going to say another fucking trial for real. That's what I'm going to put. Trial 2 Electric Boogaloo. Trial number 2 Inverted Boogaloo. That's what we're going to call it. That's it. It's that simple. We're going to need a bigger boat. And then when we pull up, Trump will say, what is this boat? Whose boat is this? Where did this boat come from? We're going to watch, before we leave, the LAPD tense body cam footage in the shooting of Weezer wife, Jillian, who got Samuel Little to draw all those pictures of the ladies that he killed. Because what the fuck was that? And that's out now. So we will watch it. We will watch. It's under Global News. They don't own this shit, so I think we should be safe. If we get noted, we get noted. Scroted, choded, reloaded. We're going to call it Reloaded. Or with a vengeance. What about like Die Hard, but it's Trial Hard, Try Hard 2 with a vengeance? Or should we call it Karen Reed Reloaded? Reed Loaded? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So Weezer wife got shot for playing chicken with some cops in a yard. And now here we are. And this came out. So check it out. This is a 911 call. And the whole shebang. Everything that happened, the whole shebang bob. Read loaded. You like that? Okay. Revenge of the Tooth. Electric Bugger Sleuth. Something like that. Read loaded. Read loaded 2.0. What if I call it 2.0 day 7.0 day 8.0? What if I call it Karen Reed .0 trial .0 2.0 point O'Reilly? I'm sorry. I think I definitely have something wrong with my there's some sort of ADHD, OCD, LBGT, HBQ going on. Here we go. Nope, no, I gotta add it to the stage now because Streamlabs updated their system to make it harder for me. Here we go.
Meet CHP, figure on the 134 East. CHP request PD checks a year for suspects involved in a TC on the eastbound 134 freeway at Figueroa. Suspects are 3 male blacks. Number 1, no shirt. Number 2, no further carrying miscellaneous items. Number 3, yellow, covered in a yellow blanket.
One of the suspects had last been seen, and the officers followed to provide backup.
Can one of you back me to go into his house? Yeah. There's a homeowner that came out. He wants us to. Hey, sir. Hey, give me 1 second. Inside the house right now. Yeah. I think we just go in there. Because he's in there. Hey, look. Yeah, they just want to respond over there. He won't respond all day. I'll do it. Switch over to one of the Claymores channels, the mutual aid channels, to get you guys all talking on the same frequency.
While in the rear yard of that residence, the officers saw a woman in an adjacent rear yard armed with a handgun. The woman was later identified as Jillian Schreiner. The officers gave Schreiner repeated verbal commands to drop the handgun. However, she did not comply. Moments later, Schreiner racked the handgun, pointed at the officers, and fired, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Here is additional body-worn video from the officers involved in this incident.
Put the gun down! What? Hey, hold it.
As you can tell, this is a Mr. Wilson situation. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'm trying to get my shit loud enough. This is like Mr. Wilson from Tool Time. Okay, Home Improvement. They're peeking over the fence. She cannot see. I'm sorry, I said not see. She can't see what they are wearing. And she is a fairly good distance, it seems. And there is a lot of shrubbery. And some fucking carjacker, car crasher robbers just ran through her fucking yard. And there are helicopters everywhere, which makes it exceptionally loud. Really loud helicopters right over her yard. So keep that in mind when they're screaming at her. All this other shit's going on. There's noises, there's copters, there's sirens. Okay? Howdy ho, neighborino.
I have an armed resident Hey, put the gun down! Put it down on the ground! Put it down on the ground! I'm gonna help call for help. 450 came out with a gun. Be behind the residence. Lay the gun down! Lay the gun down! We got one that goes an armed suspect. Shoot up! Hey, put the gun down! Put the gun down!
Notice that they call her a suspect, even though she does not match the suspect description, one of which was a black shirtless male who I believe was carrying something The other was caught, and then I believe another suspect, which might have been a male. And I believe it was a white male, and they had an outfit.
She's walking away. Yeah.
Long gray shirt, black hair, black pants. Get the gun in her hand.
Put the guy down! Yeah, she looks like gun. Man, put the gun down, okay? You have cover?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see her right now. The gun's not up. Yeah, we're trying to help you. Matt, put the gun down. Come on with your hands up.
Drop the gun. You're going to get shot. You're getting shot. It's the police. Drop the gun. Drop the gun.
Did you hear that? That was the first time I heard the word police. You also hear California Highway Patrol. And you hear, well, what else do you hear? That fucking loud ass helicopter, huh? And the sirens. Let's hear it again.
Yeah, we're trying to help you. Matt, put the gun down. Come on with your hands up.
Drop the gun. You're going to get shot. You're getting shot. It's the police. Drop the gun. Drop the gun.
Put the gun down! Hey, what is she? I can't see from. What is she doing right now?
She pointed it. Not else, but she just lifted it up.
But she must have. Get down, get down. Shut.
So there were, from what I counted, 2 indications that they were law enforcement. One was, it's police, which was very quiet. A chopper is literally right above them, very low. There are sirens going off. There are dogs barking. There are people yelling to each other from behind the fence. She cannot see them. Their heads are barely poking over the fence. They are looking through slats, and they have the benefit of cover. And while the gun was down, why not utilize the benefit of the intercom on the helicopter? It's absurd. So you hear it's police and California Highway Patrol, which was hard to hear even through this. And also keep in mind, we are hearing this through their body cam. So it is attached to their body. It's much louder even for us. She is on the other side of a pretty big yard. They also immediately identified her as a suspect, even though she doesn't fit any of the suspect descriptions. And simultaneously, he says, I have her taking a few steps back as if he's in control. At that time, she is looking on the other side of the fence. So she, it seems, chose to do that. She likely did not hear them say they were officers. Also, keep in mind, a guy just ran through her backyard and she has no idea where he is, but she knows something's going on outside. Horrible situation.
Put the gun down.
Hey, hold the frequency. We got eyes on the suspect. Hey, if we got eyes on the suspect. We're in the rear residence of.
Put the gun down. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Put the gun down.
Hey, he has a gun.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down.
Hey, it's a female Hispanic. Long gray shirt, black hair, black pants. She has a gun in her hand. Put the guy down! What's that gun? Yeah, put the gun down, okay? Yeah. Need a play here. Don't do that. Yeah, I can't see her right now. You come right up. I'm trying to help you. Yeah, put the gun down. Drop the gun. You're gonna get shot. You're getting shot. It's the police. Drop the gun. Drop the gun. Hey, what is he doing? I can't see from. What is he doing right now? Hey, she just pointed it. Not at us, but she just lifted it up. Oh, she wrapped it. Get down, get down. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Officer needs help.
Okay, so here's where it gets crazier. As if that wasn't crazy enough. You heard all those shots. She got struck once in the shoulder, walked away, went inside her house, chilled out for an hour, then told the nanny, maybe you should call. Calls and reports. Well, you know what? I can just show you what she reported. But I have to show you the long crime one, but we will just skip forward to that part. Because he has that specific call on here and the World News does not, I believe. Okay, hold on. I think it is. Where do they play the exact call? Hold on one second. You can see them pull up to the house, the same footage we just saw. Then this guy talks about it. And then we hear that. Okay, so I think the phone call should be coming up soon.
Thanks to show, but there's another thing. This is a sergeant's body cam.
No, we saw that.
Or not, but
here we go. Right.
Hour. Another woman.
Okay, so this is the 911 call. I'll let Jesse talk to you some more. Okay. And then I am going, yeah, she is alive, but then they charged her with attempted murder of a police officer. So I'm gonna let this wrap this up, but I am glad she's alive. And then yeah, or fuck. Yeah, I have too much shit to do. I can't do the second part of today's trial, but I want
one shot. Multiple officers returned fire. Police say she herself was shot, though she appears to look remarkably calm as she walks by the camera, maybe in shock. I don't know. But police.
So that's her after being shot. Keep that in mind. Look at this shit.
The gun. Department zoomed in on the moment they say Schreiner racked the handgun, fired one shot. Multiple officers returned fire. Police say she herself was shot, though she appears to look remarkably calm as she walks by the camera, maybe in shock. I don't know. But police say Schreiner went back inside her house, stayed there for around an hour. Another woman in the home, who the New York Post reports is the Schreiner's babysitter, called 911, and you can hear Schreiner in the background of that call.
Oh, there were 3 men. She says there were 3 men, and one of them shot her, and the cops are looking for him right now. They have their guns out, and I don't know if they found him yet or not, but they told me to not look out the window, so I'm not doing that.
So he's not in your yard. You don't know that he's there?
Well, he was in my yard because that's where he shot her.
Oh, okay.
He shot from the other side? Okay, he shot from the other side of the gate.
Other side. I had my gun.
Okay.
And he said, put down that gun, put down that gun. I said, put down your gun.
Oh,
and then he shot me.
Okay, that's what happened, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a gun.
So you guys don't know where he went?
Okay, babe, just please breathe, okay? Okay, how long do you think until someone can be here?
Well, the officers are looking for this man. That's why I'm asking. Do you know where he went?
I have no idea where he went.
So in case you didn't notice, the officers are looking for this man. She thinks that the people who shot her were the guys that the cops are looking for on TV. She had no idea those were cops, according to her, according to this call. So she's essentially sent the officers looking for themselves, if that makes sense. The babysitter said the man was in the back and he told me to not look outside. So they thought, and by the way, these are California Highway Patrol, marshals, and police, some of them in plain clothes with vests, and some of them in officer garb.
Where was he when you got shot?
There are 3 men out at the other side of this fence here.
Okay.
So neither Schreiner nor the caller seemed to say anything about police officers being there or being involved. This is a new piece of the puzzle here. Kyle, what is your reaction to that call? And also, that other footage where you actually can see the officers looking over the fence, trying to piece together how all this happened. Your reaction?
Yeah, so the poor babysitter, she's probably freaked out thinking that she actually did get shot by the suspect. So she does a good job, calls 911. She's very calm to the operator. You can hear her, Miss Schreiner, in the background who was shot. It does strike me as odd that she was shot and didn't call 911 when she went back inside the house. And so that tells me that something's probably is going on. She might be under the influence. Maybe she had some alcohol.
Could it be shock? Could it be the shock, your body in shock?
It could be, but I think that'd be very odd to not want to call 911 after you had been shot and involved in this type of encounter, especially if you thought that the suspect that the cops were looking for was the one that shot you. So there's things that are not making sense to me in this whole thing. But nonetheless, the officers are up over the fence. They're trying to get her to drop the gun. She does retreat back inside the house. Over an hour goes by. The babysitter ends up, I guess, realizing that she had been shot, calls 911, and they're trying to get this all sorted out. It just adds another layer of confusion when now she calls 911 and says that, hey, the homeowner, this house that I'm at, she has been shot by the suspect. I mean, this is like just completely spiraled out of control, this entire situation. There's so much going on. You can tell the delay from the time the dispatch gets a call from the caller to the time they enter all the notes in the CAD. There's all these things going on in the background. Then they relay all that information to the cops. And so this whole thing is just kind of spiraled completely out of control.
And both Schreiner and the babysitter come out of the house and they were arrested.
Hey, she's shot. She's shot on her heart. Do you want to cuff her? Do you want me to cuff her? Okay. Which are they handling that?
Now, thankfully, no officers or other bystanders were injured during the course of all this, but the LAPD released photos of the 9mm Glock that they recovered from the home, as well as a spent shell casing near the backyard. They also included photos of a wound to Schreiner's shoulder, just too graphic, we're not going to show it here, but she was taken to a hospital to get checked out. She was booked in absentia on suspicion of attempted murder and posted a $1 million bond. Now, a neighbor who spoke to the New York Post, I said this before, basically said Schreiner couldn't see the police behind the fence, and she'd already seen a man jump over it into her yard and thought that more suspects might be not too far behind. In fact, the neighbor claimed that the police didn't properly identify themselves. So, Kyle, again, this goes to this explanation about why she may have done what she did. But she was booked on that suspicion charge.
She was
attempted murder of a police officer. My gosh.
Yeah, those are serious crimes to be booked in jail for. And so, look, she's going to have her day in court with her lawyer. They're going to have to hash all this out. The body cam footage, her video surveillance footage, these are all key pieces of evidence. The officer statements that they give during their interviews, all of that is going to be determined on whether or not they do move forward with these charges. But, it's a very complex case. These things don't happen all the time. And I don't know where it's going to go from here. There's a lot that has to be done before this all goes to court.
Do you think it's strange, though, at the time of this recording, our understanding is the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office hasn't indicated a charging decision at this point. Is it strange that we see no activity there?
No, not at all. I mean, when you have a serious crime like this, the DA needs to get everything, all facts, evidence, everything put together. And sometimes these things do take a little bit of time to then move forward with the district attorney's office to either prosecute, or they'll decide to dismiss the case, or they may drop the charges down to lesser included crimes. And so it's not unusual. It does take time. They need probably her toxicology reports to come back, all sorts of different things. And so I think this won't be the last we hear of it. And it moving forward, I mean, this could get very interesting.
Well, yeah, and I'll even be more specific about this. According to CNN, the LA County District Attorney's Office said that a case has not been presented to their office for filing consideration. So interesting to think about there. Also, one day after his wife's arrest, Schreiner's husband, Scott Schreiner, bassist for the band Weezer, as I mentioned before, told the New York Post, "She's all right. Thank you for asking. See you at Coachella." And Schreiner herself has not commented publicly about the shooting or her arrest. By the way, one of the suspects allegedly involved in the hit and run was found, cited, released, according to the LAPD. But this footage, this audio, definitely provides a lot more context and possibly more answers as to what happened that day. What a situation. Kyle Schoberg,